Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. I'm always with my mama. She's my favorite girl. Always with my mama. She brought me in this world. Sometimes I feel so bad when I think of all the things we used to do. When mama used to clean somebody else's house just to buy me a new pair of shoes. I never understood how mama made it through the week when she never ever got a good night's sleep. Oh, she's one of a kind. You got yours and I got mine. Oh, hey mama, my heart belongs to you. Oh, yeah. Always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. You only get one, yeah. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel when something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. I'd like to start off by saying Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers who gave birth, all of the mothers who never had that experience, but have given life to children, their nieces, their nephews, their friends, their cousins, any child along the way. I say thank you and Happy Mother's Day. As you can see on the thumbnail, we're looking for checks and balances, something that's often spoke of in the government. Rarely is it attained. We see frivolous spending everywhere. I like to thank anybody who's in the bushes, and if you would, please hit the like button for me. This is going to be some great content. I know some of you come through and wonder why does it take so long with such a small channel. Then I try to at least give a few people an opportunity to come in before I start talking, because I'm going to talk regardless. But I want to give people an opportunity to start with me so they can know where I am in the process. But of course, I know people will always go back. Greetings, Regina. Good to see you. I know people will always go back at some point or another, and I hope that you will do the same. And perhaps you won't listen to the entire video at one time, which would be great. But if you can't, then just go back when you can and listen to what you can. Take notes, because this is the time that we all need to be taking notes. There are so many things that are happening, and especially around this time of year. What do you mean, Toothless, this time of year? Election time. We have all kinds of things that go crazy, and especially in our community. There was a tragic, and I do mean tragic, I would call it the M word, since we all love to just use initials and we can't say words because we want to keep it commercial. I find that strange because all of the news channels, they live by commercials and they're able to tell the news. And I think that I kind of tell the news from my perspective, but I give you the facts that I've researched or that I've found. And they may not always be facts, but we just get the story that we get and we put it out to the public. But as a young man, 23 years old, an airman, lived in a very upscale part of town in Florida. Unfortunately, some Karen decided she would call. And I want to say it was the Broward County, but it could not be. I looked at so many of those snippets it should be embedded in my mind, but charge it to my head and not my heart. But whatever the department, the sheriff department showed up. So let's say it like that, so that we don't put any tags on anybody. Because this is not about putting tags. This is about telling truth. And as Sergeant Gaither would say, telling this young man's truth. But as they showed on the news, some Karen met him in the parking lot and geared him toward this young man's door. Very, very nice upscale apartments. And the officer bammed on the door twice before he ever came back the last 2 times and announced himself as the sheriff. The second time, which would have been the 4th in all that he bammed on this man's door, the young man opened the door. Being a serviceman, an airman, a licensed to carry user, he had it down by his side. And before he could put his hand up, because then he noticed this man is pointing at him, and I'm sure he saw the uniform by then, all we could hear was 6 rounds. Now, they have different angles out there. Now, this lady said it was a disturbance at the home. But he was home alone. He was FaceTiming with his girlfriend on the phone. And nobody can make me believe the way those apartments are made. If that woman lived next door, she did not hear what she told the officer that she heard. Now I'm told it's been determined that it was the wrong address. And I can only imagine, and again, it's me imagining, that the young man didn't hear the officer. He heard the bamming extremely hard on his door. And that's why he had his service, I'm assuming, could be his personal. But that's why he had his revolver down by his side. After unloading 6 rounds, the sheriff person says, "Drop your gun." Well, he was already on the floor and was having problems breathing. Unfortunately, he wouldn't live to tell the rest of this story. We all have to tell it for him. We have to be brave enough to tell the story for him, to let the public know. When is enough enough? It doesn't take all of this to get our vote or to stop our vote. I don't know what this means. You know, we love to say that it's training. And I don't believe this just happened to Asiatic males, but that's the one that they definitely promote in the news. I believe this happens to all people. Unfortunately, we can't take you back to stories that will lead to this happened to John Woo on this day, or Jose Guerrero on that day, or somebody Pelushi on that day. We can't take you back to that. But we can build you a wall almost as large as the wall in Washington. with names of individuals who are undown like animals, be they on the street or in their homes. They're not afforded just shoot the gun out the hand, hit the foot. They're not afforded those opportunities. And I believe you, Regina. Regina said in her opinion, and this is the place where we can speak our opinions. The Karen that lived next door to Senior Airman, and thank you for his name so we can give him honor. Roger Fortson, 23 years old, set this young man up. She should be held accountable and investigated. This is yet another horrific injustice. And what saddens me is that we have an opportunity in platforms, be it YouTube, be it X, be it Facebook, Snapchat, WhatsApp, whatever it is that's out there. You know, I don't know all of these names. And there are many, a plethora of platforms that we should be shouting from the rooftop. We should be inundating those inboxes and emails with letters. You see, we have the right to petition under the Constitution. And at some point in time, we have to learn how to petition. Marching may look good, and it may even sound good to somebody. Makes for a good storyline. Maybe a good Netflix movie, who knows? But in order to get change, you have to go into action. One thing that we need to understand as a people, there is a difference in legal and lawful. Legal pertains to what I call, in my opinion, the black codes. And the black codes, before they dropped the C, when they were actually in effect, and we knew they were in effect, were known as the Christian black codes. Now they're just known as historically the black codes. That's where your statutes, your articles, your ordinances come from. The Constitution is considered your lawful document. That's where the ethics and the integrity and the honor comes from, which it seems no one seems to display that. And what saddens me is it is written in that very same sonbook that everybody say that they love to read, serving they say a holy God. He says, if my people that are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from your wicked ways, then, and he could say, turn from your wicked ways and seek my face. Look it up. I could have it backwards. He said, then I will hear from heaven and heal the land. Our people aren't even interested in real life until real life happens to them. I know I don't crack jokes and I don't talk about people like I could. I didn't come here for that. And so I know I wouldn't get many. And no matter how I talk about what's happening in today's times, I still get people that unsubscribe. I see everybody else is growing, oh man, exponentially. They're just growing. Not I. But I won't complain. I'm just going to talk about it because that's who I am. You see, I'm a Scorpio, and that's what we do. We talk through our feelings. This is very therapeutic for me. And perhaps it'll help somebody along the way. I don't know if it will. I don't know if it won't. But it helps me. And as I share so many times, if I have to go it alone and just talk to this screen as if somebody is listening, that's what I'll do. Because one day, nobody's not going to make me believe that people are going to be looking. But what was that the Toothless said? What was that she pointed out? I may need that. This is very scary times. And like Regina said, this is a horrific injustice. And what broke my heart and saddened me more than almost what happened is to see Ben Crump standing there next to the family. And they have the right to choose whomever they want to choose for an attorney. But that broke my heart. We got to wake up. You know, Teddy Pendergrass said, wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. The world is changing, and it's changing around us, and it's going to change with or without our input. And mainly it's changing without our input. Regina put the scripture in the chat. Thank you, Regina. I so appreciate you. So very efficient. Yo, we got some real serious problems going on. And that story is frightening, or it should be, for any mother with a son. Just imagine his mother had no idea last week that this is what her Mother's Day was like. Because I'm sure they were looking forward to celebrating her for Mother's Day. And just by the young man's demeanor, in my opinion, my humble opinion, you could tell he was a jovial person. He put his hand up as if to say, oh, wait a minute. No. And without warning, we heard 6 rounds. And that don't make people upset. I know we like what we like and we're into what we're into. But this is happening more frequent. You know, you have to remember, the people that run this place stretch out plans 50 to 100 years in the future. Sometimes even longer. And they strategically put people in place to carry out its mission. We are the most happiest, go luckiest, accepting, forgiving people in earth. We are. And it saddens me, but it's our reality. I have to talk about the injustices in the world, all over this land, mainly the ones in which we claim as our home. But this is just one woman's opinion. That's what this is. Then if you come down in Texas, I saw a young lady. And she's a European. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. She would fit the typical stereotype. Dumb blonde, but there's nothing dumb about her. She's very humble. Was dropping her son off at school, 9 years old. And she was going the wrong way in the circle on the school property. And that's not hard to do, because some schools, what they do is at certain times of the day, they will switch the order in which the cars travel. And perhaps she was not thinking, perhaps she was running late. Whatever the case, she acknowledged she was going the wrong way. They pulled her out of her car, flung her to the ground in front of her 9-year-old son. And where they slung her on the ground, her face landed in a bed of fire ants. And the police officer, I should say the policeman, kept pushing her face down in the ant bed. She's screaming and letting them know that ants are all in her face. Her hands are handcuffed behind her back. One have their knee in the small of her back. And all she could do was scream and ask them to please help her. She did a press conference. And in that press conference, they showed a picture of her face. And just on her face alone, the attorney said he stopped counting at 300 bites. But she had them all in her head, all down her neck, and midways her chest, and down her arms. Not only that, it was about 4 officers standing around watching, as if this was not happening to this young lady. And then they had the audacity, not the audacity, the audacity to tell her, look how you're acting in front of your child. They wanted to say she was a bad parent. They didn't even take her to the hospital or call for an ambulance. Instead, they took her to jail. Now, it was the school police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, and it was the Santa Fe City Police Department. Yes, she was. Exactly. They left her in jail for 2 days. And that was only because she was able to make bond. And I don't know what they charged her with, but whatever they charged her with is a deferred adjudicated charge. I just looked at the clips. I have not read an article. Heart-wrenching to see this happening to a mother. One of the police officers rammed into her car so hard that he totaled her car. Not because he totaled it like if you were on the freeway going, X amount of miles an hour, but the value of the car is less than what it costs to fix the car. So for her, it's totaled. But she doesn't look like us. So it doesn't just happen to us. And then I hear on the news, since Wednesday, we've had 2 people unalived, 3 officers were actually wounded, and then last night, 2 people unalived and 4 wounded in the great Fulton County ATL, where these people say that gangs are their primary focus. Not crime, gangs. And nothing has changed since they've put Jeffrey Williams in jail and denied him bond. He's been locked up since May 9th, 2024, 2 years. I mean, it's really bad. And it's really bad because the people who are in control know that their time is up. And if the people would wake up and take their rightful place, this stuff will have to stop. But the people, they're not interested in real life. We're so caught up in what we call reality TV or being the next big star. We want to be the next viral sensation, the next YouTuber or TikToker or Facebooker or Xer or whatever you own that gets over millions of views. As if that's the answer to who you are as a person. Let me tell you something. If you don't have it together and you don't have no views, you're not going to get any better when you get 1 million. You're not going to even have the mindset to pay the people that's needed to help you keep that status quo. And this is nothing that Toothless said. You know, we love to go by studies and statistics. Do the research. Whoever you are at your lowest, whatever values you value, whatever truth you tell, or lies, that's who you are at your greatest, at the highest pinnacle of your life. Because character cannot be bought. Character is earned by teaching, by wisdom, by nurturing, by seeking, and then by doing. Because I can teach, nurture, give you every tool there is in the toolbox. But if you have not the desire to be what I prepared you to be, you're not going to be that. You're not. It does not matter who you are. That's why I believe in staying in my lane and envying no one. I cannot do every day, 2 and 3 times a day. I can't do it. Don't have the energy. Don't have the strength. And then I'm the most disorganized perfectionist that I know. I have to do things a certain way. And if I don't do it that way, I cannot do it. It's that simple for me. My mind is not wired like most people. I'm a little discombobulated at times. But I am unique and wondrously made. So I'm all right with who I am. Have no problem with it. And that's why I can get on here and be toothless. You know, people say they respect you, and you tell them to call you toothless, and they insist on this, talking about their upbringing. And I understand that we all were brought up at some point or another. Especially if you're 65 years old. But respect comes with what I ask you to do, what I allow you to do. And I return the same favor to you. That's respect. Anything short of that is you being you. And it's okay to be you, but not at the expense of somebody else. That's the gospel. That's what it is. Some would say that's my opinion. And I would say be just like you at Burger King. Have it your way. But there is an order to life. Whether we follow it or not. Nature finds a way of bringing us back to order. We can do it willingly, or we can allow it to happen to us. Choice is ours. I wanted to talk about those things before I delve into my content tonight. As you all saw in the thumbnail, I have the main players in the play, in the movie. I so desperately wanted to play the very end part of this movie called The Usual Suspect, Gaither Soze. But it had music in it, so I couldn't play it, and you wouldn't catch it just by looking at it. But if you've never seen The Usual Suspect, I suggest that you see it. And you must see it from the beginning in order for you to understand the end. Because it starts at the end, and then it takes you back to the beginning. And then you end back up at the end, just where you started, at the end. Deep thought. Hi, Angela. Happy Mother's Day to you. Glad you're here. Deep, deep, deep thought. But this man was talking to this janitor, if you haven't seen it, and maybe you the kind that don't want to know, but you may never go look at it. So I'm talking to the ones who already know. Mainly me. I'm the kind of person, if you've seen a movie and you tell me you've seen the movie, then you have to tell me about the movie. Or I don't want to hear nothing about what you have to say about that movie. Because what you say doesn't determine whether I'm going to look at it or not. But I can't even hear about the movie if you done told me you've seen it and won't tell me what happened. I don't want to hear about the movie. I'm that type of person. Some people are just the opposite. They don't want to hear nothing about the movie because they want to go see the movie and they want to... See, I can still anticipate. I told you my mind is wired a little different. That's what makes us individuals, wondrously and uniquely made. That's how it works. But this man was a janitor, and he was what we used to call crippled. Today, I guess we would have to say he has special needs or a disability. And he was telling this FBI agent all about Gaither Soze. And as he was talking to this man throughout the movie, telling him the story, he was looking at different items in his office. And he would name different items, either people, places, or things. As he told this story that was so unbelievable. And Gaither Soze was kind of like one of those folk heroes, kind of like he was a legend in our own mind, as if he did not even exist. And they were waiting for facts to come in because nobody had ever seen Gaither Soze and lived to tell it. And somebody had found a picture of him, and they were faxing it over to the FBI agent, and he was telling the little guy he thought he was a little wimpy something, and he need to get on out of here, you know, and he really thanked him, but he really was of no help. But okay, you know, gone on, leave. And little wimpy got up, and he was played by one of my favorite actors. Unfortunately, he made the Me Too list, and now he's whatever he is. I don't know if he's guilty of the things they accused him of, but I'm a survivor of the things that they accused him of doing. And for some reason, for me, I truly believe in second chances with some people. Some people, because they're devoid of feeling, of empathy, and remorse. And when they show you who they are, you must know beyond any doubt that's who they are. My son always tells me to use discernment, and a lot of times I let my discernment and intuition, I will hone it. And that's because whatever that person brings to me, apparently at that time, I have a need for it. Because I understand the dynamic now of relationships and need-based relationships and codependency. Whether you acknowledge it, recognize it, or not, you're going to live it if you don't know who you are. If you don't know your shortcomings. If you don't know what you need from other people, or what you draw to you, because it's about you and what you allow and what you won't allow in your life. Sometimes we see people who have no equivocation on saying no, and we think they're rude and they're mean. No. They know themselves, and they know people. And there are a lot of different characteristics in people. Too many to name. Because the adjectives could go on and on and on and on and on. But I said all that to say, it's a you factor. And only you can do it. So the janitor walked on out of the station. Hey, Alicia, happy Mother's Day. Walked on out. And as soon as he walked down the stairs, these faxes started coming through. And they had came through. Actually, they were on the floor. But it was more pages coming through. So the FBI agent picked up the picture, and guess who it was sitting before him? The little disabled janitor. That was Kaiser Soze. And then he started listening to the stories that this man was telling him. And one of the names he used is Mr. Kumbaachi. And I just can't get Mr. Kumbaachi out of my mind. Now, all them other names I can't remember. But Mr. Kumbaachi, I remember. And then he looked at his map. And he seen, let's say, Kumbaachi on the map. And then he looked under the bottom of his cup. Because he dropped the cup and broke it, and it landed with the name of the company that made the cup up in the air. And he seen that name. And he looked at different things on his wall and seen that this man was selling him a story all off of the things that was in his office. And then he went back to where the man told him the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you a thank you in just a moment. He said the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was to convince the world he did not exist. That's the greatest trick. So when he really realized, he said, catch him, catch him, Catch that janitor is what I'm going to say, because he said something else. I'm going to catch him, catch him, catch him. By this time, Kevin Spacey done walked down all them steps limping. Made it to the sidewalk. A man walked up to him. He took that janitor suit off, put on that leather coat, got in the front seat of the Jag, and they rolled off. And just as they was rolling off, the FBI agent ran down to the street and realized he missed him. Just like that, he let him go. And we meet a lot of Kaiser Sorzes along the way. It's up to us to find out, when people come into our lives, what are they feeding in us? Because it's about us, believe it or not. It ain't about them. It's about us. So what are you needing at that time? What are you going through? What have you not gone through to get you to the next phase of where you need to be when you're alone? You see, I used to tell my oldest sister, and I still do, and I tell all of my siblings, never stop telling me the truth. Even though I may balk. Yeah. And I may bark. Roof, roof. But don't ever stop telling me the truth. Because truth has a way of dealing with you. When it's just you and truth. It has a way. And I also believe in the power of the pen. Writing helps you get it out. What these people are going through. You know that scripture that said, what man meant for evil, that God will make it for good? Paraphrasing. Again, I paraphrase because I'm like, my dear, I will mess up a scripture in a heartbeat. So I just ask people to Google it. If you've heard something close to it, then you know about what I'm talking about. But I can't mess it up. So I would advise you, if you want to know what I know, go look it up for yourself. Because some things I can mess up. But these things are here for us to see. What are we going to do about it? So everybody think violence, and sometimes that may be necessary. If you go to Ecclesiastes 3, it's a time and season for everything under the heavens. But Sun Tzu, who they say was not one of us, but was one of us, said the art of war is destroying your opponent without ever raising your hand, without ever getting physical. Believe that. The pen is mightier than the sword. That's why we live in a world of contracts. Most of us won't read them. And we actually give up voluntarily a lot of our rights for the things that we say we want and need, because we refuse to read every line. We only read the ones they gear us to, and then we initial the rest. And once you put the signature, no matter if it's a scribble, no matter if it's perfectly written alphabetically, it doesn't matter. As long as you did it. It is done. We need to know that. We need to know that. No matter how hard it is to comprehend whatever is being written, you need to stop, take your time, read. And if it's not an adhesion contract, negotiate. And even an adhesion contract, and I did a video about adhesion contracts. I am not an attorney. I am not a lawyer. I am not a paralegal. I am not a law student. But I study books. I am well read in a plethora of topics. Now, you know they said those who know how to do everything and have mastered nothing is not good for nothing. Well, I'm grateful that learning doesn't work like that. If you put it in you, it is also written. Whatever you put in you, it's going to come out. And it's going to come out right on time. You know how we all say he right on time? Yeah, it's going to come out right on time. But you first got to put it in you. You can't be talking about what Toothless said and what so-and-so said, because just that day that Toothless said it, she might have got the wrong thing mixed up. And you know that Toothless is known for telling the truth, so you just going to take it that Toothless know what she talking about. And most of the time, Toothless does. But you know that thing that I love to hear these people on YouTube say, and these are the people that I hear this more than anywhere. You know, we're just imperfect beings. Those imperfect ones, we all are. And so, you know, you could miss the mark and mislead somebody. That's why Toothless will always advise you to research for yourself. I don't have a problem if we don't agree, or if you find what I say not to be true. I might not like it, but I'm one of them people that can take it. I'm a big girl. And not just in stature, size, in honor, and integrity. And in the remembrance of my mom and my daddy. And their mom and their dad. And those before them. It means something to me. Let me take this moment and just say thank you to my Cash App giver and so Alicia for my super chat. I greatly
phase. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Actually, this is really what helps me receive a check. My Cash Apps, mainly my super chats, my memberships. That's what helps. I don't get a lot of views, and it takes a lot of views in order for you to see money. And I thank you all very much. And I know some people probably don't like how long it takes me to get to this and get to that, and all like this and all like that. You know, I found just be you, and whoever find you what they're looking for, they'll come and they'll stay. And I've had faithful subscribers, and I appreciate you all very much. I hear people telling people that they better give, they should give, they need to give, and a workman is worthy of his hire. I believe in that. I believe in giving honor to whom honor is due, tribute to whom tribute is due. But sometimes we just don't have it. My money is getting so funny. I have loved and helped so many people, and I've overextended myself where my credit cards are killing me. And some think it's funny because they benefited from it and think I'm about the stupidest person living. And that's okay. I just be me. And I pay my bills. Dwayne, I'm actually, first when you come in, because I'm so small and this is my house, I like for you to just say, greetings, toothless, chat, however you want to say it. You don't have to use the word greetings. But I just like for people to acknowledge me as this is my chat. Not as the wrestler. I'm nobody special, but I'm very special to me. But I live in the great state of Texas, and Texas is not poor. We the people may be poor, but I guarantee you Texas is not. Could be. I'm a conservative, so I'm very smart, so I understand. I'm with you. You see, I don't buy into the paradigm of whites and blacks and niggers and coloreds. I buy into hegemony. And I know you don't run nothing but your mouth. And I can accept, I really can, a little trolling. They say it's good for your chat. But you get disrespectful, and I don't tolerate it. You're barred for life. So have fun. But I got to get back to my business. And I say the same for your mama. If she would have paid attention in school, she would know the truth. So I understand. And you don't know who I support, because I support me. And that's the last thing I'm going to say to you. I hope you hit the like button before you leave. And why don't you just hit the super chat since you're, trolling in my chat. I hear people say that all the time. Yeah, I love Donald Trump too. I loved him before he was ever a candidate for president. I think most of America did. I loved him when he was a Democrat. Before he switched. But he's always known the republic form of government is what this country was established on. So that means nothing, because the Democrat and the Republican are wings of the same bird. And the bird is the republic form of government, which it's established throughout the world. Regina says, started with the 2000 United States presidential election, the terms red state and blue state have referred to U.S. states whose voters vote predominantly for one party, the Republican Party, in red, and you know who in blue. We know one is an elephant and one is a donkey. Regina, do your thing and have your fun, because we're going to get ready now to talk about these people that y'all longing to hear about. And that is I want to pull this up so I can look at it. So let me do something here. President Trump I want to do it in the order that I have them. President Trump, the defendant, the district attorney for President Trump RICO case, the checks and balances that's the chairman of the Senate committee, and I know his name begins with an S, but right now I can't think of it. I want to say Seward, but I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I don't know. The state, down at the left, the state is Roy Barnes, one of the good old boys. Used to be the governor of Georgia. He's going to defend Fani when she goes and testify before the Senate. And she says she does not have to, nor will she, but she will. And that's why he has tagged his name as being her defense attorney. We'll just watch and see. That's just one woman's opinion. The assistant district attorney, deputy chief, Adrian Love. That's the prosecutor. For what? For the RICO of YSL. Our sons, rappers. Can you imagine being a district attorney, an assistant district attorney, a county commissioner, and let us not leave out the church that they call the black church. So therefore, they shouldn't have had a problem when Putin showed the black Jesus. But the black church, the church. And remember, separation of state and church. So we're told, but the state always run to the church when they running for office. Isn't that something? What does that tell us? Because that's where the majority of the people that live in these neighborhoods go, to the big, affluent churches. That's where we do a lot of damage. See, the church is supposed to have schools to educate the children. Do they? Most don't. And if they do, they charge. No reasonable service when it comes to the church. But when it comes to you, anything you need is just your reasonable service. When it comes to the church, we got dues and bills to pay. And then we got to send it up to God. But we don't have no address for him. He don't need no bank. But we got to send it. Just one woman's opinion. But these are the characters in the play. I'm going to talk about Adrian Love because her desire has been to be a district attorney. At one point in life, she was a district attorney, and she still wants to be a district attorney. Not an assistant deputy chief district attorney. She wants to be the district attorney, the constitutional officer, not the Article 1. And I just throw the Article 1 in there because most judges that are not Article 3, which are federal judges, are Article 1. That's why I said that. You know, humor me, if you will. That's beautiful, Alicia. Drop a question in the chat and let us converse. Yeah, because my chat can converse with you. We good like that. And we love to converse when we're talking about the subject matter. We have no problem with that. None whatsoever. And we appreciate anybody for stopping by. We just ask if you would please hit the like button as you pass through. So then, one of the things she promised that she was going to run on were games. That's what she promised. She didn't win, but she was once a DA. See, there's two stories about her, and I want us to see them both. One is an article, and one is a YouTube. So, of course, y'all know I'm going to go off camera while we look at this video. And we're going to start with Adrian Love, because this was back in the day, and so it will make sense as I tie it all together. I wished I could edit, but I can't. I wish I had the patience to learn, but I don't. But it's sometimes I wake up and it's things that I don't want to do and can't do that I end up trying to do and actually get it done. So who knows what Toothless will learn next. But let's just take a look at this. And let's do this. And we will be using these videos under fair use. And we want to give the credit here to Jennifer Smith. Jennifer has 5 subscribers. Now she has 6. Here we go.
And I'm a proud Soperton native and resident. Hi, my name is Adrian Love, and I'm a proud Soperton native and resident, Morris Brown College, Georgia Tech, and Georgetown Law graduate, and now our candidate for Dublin District Attorney. My Trutland County roots go back 5 generations. Mama, Daddy, and a host of my aunts, uncles, and cousins still live in Soperton, and so do I. My grandfather was John Henry Love Sr., and I grew up working in the tobacco fields on his farm to help buy those things that might have been considered luxuries to a girl like me growing up on a farm in Soperton. On June 9th, I was blessed to make history as the first woman and the first African American to seek and win a party's nomination for district attorney in Lawrence, Johnson, Trutland, or Twiggs County. I am passionate about serving and protecting this community, and with your help, we can start protecting Middle Georgia families and businesses even better and make history on November 3rd by electing one of our own, Adrian Love, for district attorney. Paid for by the committee to elect Adrian Love district attorney.
That was July the 8th, 2020. Okay, and that's the one that I found on YouTube. Let me see if I have the other one. And that's going to be the article. Okay, nope, I don't. So, I have some real individual stuff that I want to talk about with the Young Thug case. So I can't play them out of order. But let me see if I can find the article for Miss Love. I just hate when I take something down, it goes down to the bottom. So I have to see what it is. I need to see what it is. I had it up and I took it down. Give me a moment. It's very interesting. Okay, let's stop sharing for a minute. Let's bring this down. I'll take it down. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. Like I said, old Toothless is slow, but she's sure. If you have a moment to spare. He will share.
Wanye Reese introduces you to Adrian Love.
The current district attorney, Craig Frazier, has been in office for many years, and his challenger, Adrian Love, says that it's time for a new and fresh approach when it comes to the DA's office. Adrian Love is a Soperton native trying to be the next district attorney of the Dublin Judicial Circuit.
I have worked as an assistant public defender. I have worked as an associate juvenile court judge. And for the last 15 years, I have been serving Georgia families as an assistant district attorney and now chief senior assistant district attorney.
Love attended Morris Brown and Georgia Tech for her undergrad before going to Georgetown Law. Now Love is ready to take an aggressive stance on gang violence.
And that's particularly relevant in this particular race because unfortunately we're seeing here in our circuit a growing gang problem. And I have been specially trained to handle those kinds of cases.
Love wants to establish a gang unit. She also plans to tackle violence against women and children.
Those take a special kind of prosecution and a special kind of willingness to actually work hard and talk and work with your victims and your witnesses to successfully bring them to trial.
Love says young people accused of crime should have better options besides getting locked up.
Because as our next district attorney, I intend to implement a school justice program to help get at-risk kids who are on track to going to jail out of the criminal justice system and work with our schools, our churches.
Love says she is willing and ready to serve. Now, I did reach out to District Attorney Craig Frazier multiple times, including messaging him on Facebook and also calling his office. And on Wednesday, I actually went upstairs to his office where they had a sign on the door saying that they were closed due to COVID-19. I do want to let you know, District Attorney Frazier, that the invitation is open to speak with us. Reporting in Dublin, Juanya Reese, 13 WMAZ News.
Voters will decide on this race for the Dublin Judicial Circuit District Attorney on November 3rd. Voters in
And as we can see, that was in September 2020. She was running right when Fani was running for Fulton County. Now, they both worked in the district attorney's office, but Fani had left for 3 years, and then she ran. And so I don't know if Adrian was allowed to keep her job and run because she was running for a county outside of Fulton. I don't know how their politics work, so I can't speak on that. But these are just the things that makes you go, They both were running on gangs. They both wanted to help the children. They both wanted to create programs so the children didn't have to go to jail. At least that's what they said. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. They're both seeking to put away Jeffrey Williams for associating with childhood friends that grew up on the same street, same neighborhood, that committed crimes, and they want to attribute it all to him and say he's the kingpin and he ordered all of these crimes. And you could see the conditions of the individuals that took the stand. The majority of these young men, at one point or another, if not still, used all sorts of illegal substances. And their living conditions were deplorable. Even those that had parents, mom and dad, it's the same as it is in all of our urban cities. We were poor, but we didn't know we were poor. And to this day, the majority of the people that live in our communities do not cap off at $30,000. And that may seem laughable to the person that works for the post office or the government, or perhaps even teach school, and they don't make much more. But the majority of the people don't make over $30,000 in most states. So we heard Adrian I had that downloaded too. Good deal. Okay. Now let's do this, because this is one thing that I did not get her little. I don't want them talking just yet. Yeah, I don't want them talking just yet. I want to go here right quick, y'all. Give me a moment. Let me just do this right quick. And let's see this lady here, so we can hear what they both ran on. That was 8 months ago. I want her before 8 months ago. Look like hers go back 2 years. Okay, let's listen to Miss Fani cracking down on gangs. She had some real short ones. So let's hear her in the heated runoff with the district attorney, Paul Howard, which was her boss, her former boss. And I heard, among other things, since we know that she does not mind sleeping with married men, and that's evident as she testified to in her hearing for impropriety in the RICO case that she's bringing against President Trump. So it's not wrong to speak her truth. Let's just hear what she has to say here. Here we go. That look like a Dallas Cowboys store.
Voters have just over an hour to cast their ballot in the primary runoff. The biggest race we are watching is the Fulton County District Attorney seat. Paul Howard has held the seat since 1997, but his challenger, Fani Willis, worked in his office for years, and she accuses him of rampant corruption. We have teams covering both campaigns for you tonight. Naima Abdullahi has more on what Howard's campaign is expecting.
Paul Howard is running to keep his seat as the district attorney of Fulton County, now wrapping up his 6th term, hoping for a 7th. And he's been holding that position since 1997. Howard says he's the right person for the job because he's the best candidate to represent Fulton County. It's the biggest and most heated race locally, and there has been a heated back and forth between the two candidates. In the June 9th primary, there was a 3rd candidate in the race. He's since dropped out and put his endorsement behind Howard. Willis received 42% of the votes back then, Howard about 34%, and the 3rd candidate received 22%. Howard says now that it's a runoff between him and Fani Willis, he says he's confident that he's going to pull a bigger percentage.
Howard's opponent is trying to unseat her former boss. 11 Alive's Hope Ford has more from Fani Willis's campaign.
Fani Willis worked with Paul Howard for 17 years. Today, she hopes to unseat him as Fulton County DA. Willis accuses Howard of having his own self-interest at heart when it comes to prosecuting cases. She says the incumbent isn't managing a stable office and recently politicized his office when it came to running ads involving the killing of Rayshard Brooks, which is an open case. Howard, meanwhile, criticized Willis for getting endorsed by the police union. Willis admitted to getting 2 contributions from the Atlanta chapter of the International Brotherhood of Police Officers in a recent interview with us. Willis says if she's elected, she plans to focus on a diversion program to get people who committed minor crimes back on track. She also promises a citizen review board that will look into the use of force policy by police officers. If elected, Willis will be the first black female district attorney in the county's history.
Later this year will be public safety, and in the last week we have seen more than 20 people shot across metro Atlanta. Our team has been focused on solutions to address this incredible spike in crime, and today Caitlin Ross sat down with Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to get her take, her perspective, her view and observations.
The DA says the crime rate is outrageous and she's ready to do something about it. She says everyone who lives near Atlanta should be concerned and working towards solutions.
My father has this saying, either deal with reality or reality will deal with you.
DA Fani Willis says the reality is crime is out of control. According to APD's most recent data, murder is up 52% year to date. Aggravated assault, 34%. She says the reality is the city needs money to deal with it.
We as a society have to take this issue seriously and say, hey, listen, I don't know what else you're doing in the budget, but what I want to make sure you do is I want to feel safe.
She says the district attorney's office is working with APD officers to make sure they get all the evidence they need to build a strong case.
We are actually meeting with police and we're meeting with them at their time. I have staff going to their roll calls at 10 o'clock at night.
Another part of the problem is where to put people after they're arrested. She says the Fulton County Jail at Rice Street is at max capacity, and she gets constant updates about how many people are housed there.
The reality is the population here has grown. The crime level has grown.
She also says the city has to deal with the gang problem. She says between May of last year and the fall, her office has linked 30 homicides to gang violence. Willis just dropped a 105-count indictment on 12 people suspected of gang activity and says another huge RICO indictment is coming down this month. But she says that gives little comfort to the families of the victims.
I can never heal that heart again. We as a society are just treating life like it means nothing.
The DA says there's 4 things everyone can do right now to help bring the crime rate down. Number 1, don't leave anything in your car, especially not your gun. It encourages theft. Number 2, if you're called for jury duty, participate in the process. Number 3, call your elected officials if you're concerned about crime. And number 4, she says, support the police.
Today, top leaders from the community met for the first time to brainstorm to try to come up with some ideas to make Atlanta safer. How to do that? They are part of the mayor's 14-member anti-violence advisory council. Their goal is to try to bring tangible solutions to City Hall, and she is asking them to present those recommendations within the next 45 days.
Open with you here.
And I think that's improper.
Open with you here. Ms. Willis, you've been in office a little over a month, and you've announced to the governor and others that you've opened an investigation into the former President of the United States. Was that the way you were expecting to start off your tenure?
Actually, on day 1 in the office, which was January the 4th, I worked actually the 1st through the 3rd, but on the first official day in the office, January 4th, was the announcement of this issue. And so, no, I would say that I probably had the most unusual first day of work of anyone ever. Certainly, this is not what we expected we would inherit on day 1. I had my mind on other things. I knew I was walking into other issues, but I mean, you just deal with the hand that you're dealt. And if there are allegations of a crime that happened in the jurisdiction of Fulton County, it's my duty to look at it. And so, although it's not what we were expecting, it is not what I could have ever anticipated would be going on in my first 6 weeks in office, we're here.
Are you nervous?
Not at all.
He's the president, former president.
Not at all.
You look at it as just another case?
I do look at it just as another case. You and I have talked before, and I made a commitment to the citizens of Fulton County, and that commitment was that I would treat everyone fairly and that we would be serious prosecutors in this office. We would do proper investigations. We would not charge anyone before a proper investigation was done, but where it was appropriate, we would bring charges. You probably know this, what maybe some of your viewers don't, is I did not even allow any case in this jurisdiction to go to grand jury January and February. That was because I did not believe the cases had been investigated. And so I am not going to bring an indictment on any citizen without an investigation. And so there's no way on January the 4th we could have done a proper investigation. But I will give anyone that we're looking at the same courtesy, which is that we will look at them thoroughly and their conduct. We're going to look at the laws, we're going to look at the facts, and we're going to make a decision.
You said in your letter this is high priority. Why?
I think I tell people, and it may sound idealistic, but I believe it to be true. I think that government has 3 responsibilities. The first responsibility is the one that I've taken on every day. The first thing that I think a free society should do is to keep us safe. And so that's why the law enforcement community should be respected, and it's so important. The second responsibility, I think, in a free society that runs well is to educate our population so they can go on to fulfill our dreams and be productive citizens. The third is in a free society, in a democratic society, we need to have elections. And elections have to be run in a way that the community has confidence in them. We're at a point where the issue 1 and 3 have intersected. And so it's of high priority to me that my community in particular knows that they have a prosecutor sitting here. When these issues arise, she will investigate them.
You plan on issuing grand jury subpoenas?
Well, that's the way a proper investigation is done. And so, yes, we will issue grand jury subpoenas.
What would you
know,
subpoena?
As a prosecutor, you can be kind and you can ask people to give you things, but they're not compelled to do it unless you issue a subpoena. And so that's the way we will operate.
Can you tell us what you would plan on subpoenaing?
I just would never get into that. That goes into the investigation, and I think that's improper.
Can you talk at all about the range of charges that are possible in this case that you spelled out in your letter?
I think that we're going to have to look at the conduct with an investigation. You know, somebody asked me, how long will you investigate? And there's no way I could answer that responsibly, because a case is like an onion. As you peel things back, you learn different things. And so we will investigate when we do witness interviews, and those witness interviews reveal that there might be a document we should look at, or an email that we should look at, or a call log that we should look at. Certainly we will subpoena those normal things in an investigation. But as I stated, we will treat this case like any other case. You know, some investigations you do and no charges are brought, because that is the right answer. Some investigations you do and it's only appropriate to bring charges. That's the way we'll treat this case.
Some on the other side of the political aisle might say you're just trying to grab headlines. You're just trying to make a name for yourself.
I have no interest in headlines or making a name for myself. I'm in my dream job. All I ever wanted to be since I was a child. As a lawyer. Once I became a prosecutor, there was no other job more appropriate for me. I hate bullies. I love what I do. I want to be a part of keeping our community safe. And I don't know what the headlines would get me when I'm already sitting in the best job on earth.
Now, who believes that? Hey, Asatar, good to see you. I hope you know who and your mom and your sister is enjoying their Mother's Day. While I was looking at the video, someone sent a Cash App, so we want to acknowledge them.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Okay, y'all. Let me see. Yes, she is, Regina. I'm so glad you saw that. Nothing that lady says. Oh, yeah, I had left it on mute so that I wouldn't forget to put it back on mute so you guys wouldn't have to hear all that static in your ears. No interest in headlines or making a name for myself. I hate bullies. And she is the number one bully. I cannot with this. Regina said, a lot of these people are all talk and never have walked the walk. Just smoke and mirrors. I'm beginning to believe some have a lot of nepotism. True. And plagiarism in their backgrounds. True. Believe that. Because in your research, that's what you'll find. I'm trying to find out while I'm letting us look at these videos. I'm trying to find out how do we do a poll while we're live streaming. Now, I know I can do a poll, but it'll be on my community wall, but I've seen people do polls while they were in the live stream, so I'm trying to get some kind of direction and see if anybody can help me. So we'll see what happens with that. But let's find one more, because I wanted one to talk about her actual when she was talking about the, you know, the gangs. Oh, I left out a whole word. Okay, so this, let's see. Okay. Okay, he said he doesn't know about the live streaming on a third party, but he can help on YouTube. So we'll just see what he says and what he comes up with. And that'll, you know, let us know if we can do it or not. So let's go back here. Let's do one where she's talking about her. Let's do this one. This one was 8 months ago, everybody. It's very important for us to hear this so that we probably all know the story, but for those who's just finding out, like I just started looking at this about 6 weeks ago, for us to start putting it all together and see how this is really playing out and the bigger agenda for our community.
Ready, Sean? Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at Public Safety Headquarters and for always taking important messages back to the community here in Atlanta, across the region. I'm joined today by our district attorney, as well as the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, strong partners in our fight against crime here in the city of Atlanta. And we're here to give you an update on Operation Heatwave, which was a key component of our crime fighting initiative over the summer. As we start at the fall phase, we're ready for the Labor Day weekend. We are seeing a reduction in homicides in our city, a reduction in aggravated assaults, as well as a reduction in shootings. That is not by accident. That is a partnership that spans our federal, state, and local partners, and that is a focus on the areas that we know that we can influence. Operation Heatwave is an intelligence-driven initiative. Our mayor, Mayor Dickens, when he came to office, gave a charge to this department to be aggressive about fighting crime and be smart about fighting crime. And when the mayor says that, he means it because he is a graduate of Georgia Tech, no offense, Attorney General Carr, and he brings that mindset every day when we brief the mayor on how effective are we fighting crime in the city, that we're using data and we're using intelligence to go after the people, and we go after the places that we know are driving crime here in Atlanta. Operation Heatwave is successful because we do take intelligence and says what individuals do we go after that are likely to commit a violent crime in our city, and what areas of the city are prone to violence. And we have incredible men and women, both our sworn and our professional staff, that work through this detail to be able to put us in the right areas. But we're also joined by our partners. The Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis, the Attorney General of Georgia, Chris Carr, our Sheriff of Fulton County, Sheriff Labatt, the Georgia State Patrol, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Department of Homeland Security, and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is with us. They are key partners whose patches you see on this board that are with us every time we go out fighting crime in the city. We often hear that Atlanta is the best place to host a grand sporting event because The federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies talk to each other and they collaborate. But that's not just bringing a sporting event to our city, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we bring about a safe Atlanta and a safe Fulton County. We work together, making sure that regardless of the agency we belong to, that we remember what our oath is, protecting the citizens of this county. And I want to commend, while I'm here today with members of the leadership of these organizations, there are men and women of the Atlanta Police Department who wear this uniform that are fighting crime each and every day in our city, across all 245 of our neighborhoods. And I always want to commend the men and women that are doing the dangerous, the difficult, and acts of compassion and courage on behalf of every resident of Atlanta. It is my honor to introduce our district attorney at this time, who has been key as we go after the gangs, guns, and drugs that drive violent crime. We cannot do anything about the argument that started over mayonnaise on a sandwich. And we cannot do anything that started about an argument over a parking space. We need others to help us in that area. But if you are operating a gang operation in this city, if you are running guns in this city, if you are dealing drugs in this city, you will meet the Atlanta Police Department and you will meet us with our partners. And so it's my honor to introduce a key partner in that fight, our district attorney.
Good evening. I am, like Chief Shearbaum, first of all, just honored to be here with the Atlanta Police Department and our local partners, the FBI, our federal partners, the Attorney General, and all of our state partners. Operation Heatwave 2023 has been a success, and we're very, very proud to have been invited to be a part of it. Those operations to date have resulted in 39 known gang members being arrested, and that's very important. When I ran for the district attorney, I told the voters of Fulton County that we had a gang problem, and now it seems like everyone knows that, but back then people were saying, this isn't New York, this isn't LA, what are you talking about? And it took us getting a leader like Mayor Dickens to recognize that there was a gang problem. One of the things people know that I supported him was when he was just a candidate, he came to my office and asked me, what are the key problems with crime in this city? And I talked to him about gangs. And when it was time for him to select a chief of police, he got it absolutely right. In Chief Shearbaum is the solution to our gang problem, and I am so proud every day to work with him. When he took office, meaning Chief Shearbaum, we sat down and we had a conversation about what do we need so that we can partner with you and we can do this job better. And what I told him we needed gang warrants. We needed police to do smart policing when it came to gang crime, and we needed to attack it head on and be unapologetic about it. And that's the partner I got in him. We immediately went to training officers and to working with him to make sure we conquered this problem. And I can tell you to date this year, we're up 370% in gang warrants. That is the work of the men and women who wear that uniform. And it's the work that's keeping us safer. To date, we have over 100 gang convictions. That's from January the 1st of this year through August the 31st. And when I say convictions, I mean either by plea or by trial. Those are 100 cases where gang members are off of our streets. Year to date, he told you, but I like to talk in numbers. Atlanta homicides are down by 29%. That's not just a number. That's a lot of people that get to have Thanksgiving dinner this year with their family. A lot of fathers that get to raise their children and make this society better. And it is a huge accomplishment, and we owe gratitude to the Atlanta Police Department and these partners for doing this work. We also know that all crime in the city and in Fulton County is down 21%. These are initiatives that have saved real lives. And we are not fooled. We don't think that the work is over, but we know that this partnership and programs such as Atlanta Heatwave are making a real difference. And so I'm just here honored to be standing next to our chief on the amazing work that the police department has done and letting him know that we've been here, I think, for 7 or 8 times at this point, and we're going to be here until the very end to do smart initiatives to make our community safer. And I'm introducing the Attorney General Carr.
Thank you, Madam DA. I appreciate it. Well, good evening, everybody. It is, as the DA said, it's an honor to be standing here today. It's an honor to be with the Atlanta Police Department. And I want to commend the chief. I want to commend the mayor for tackling this issue, for the success of Operation Heatwave. We know that when we go after those that are committing crimes, when we enforce the law, crime rates go down. You've heard the numbers that the DA mentioned. You've heard the numbers that the chief mentioned as well. It's a proven model, and it is being proven yet again here in Atlanta. We know that 60 to 90% of all violent crime is gang affiliated. And it doesn't matter, the Georgia Constitution says it's the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. So it does not matter your race, your gender, your sexual orientation, where you live or where you are from, you deserve to be safe. And this operation is proving it. Criminals don't care, really not paying attention to what the city or the county line, where they are located. But what's happening is when you have an operation like this, when you're taking care of the issues here in Atlanta, as the police department is doing, as these partners are doing, and you have to have federal, state, and local buy-in. You are seeing the success that you can have. And I am so proud that our office can work to prosecute those that are gang members, that are committing violent crimes, working with the DA, working with our federal partners. But again, it starts with the leadership of the Atlanta Police Department and the mayor, and I commend them for what they're doing, and honored to be here as well.
Good evening, Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. When Chief Shearbaum became chief, he made it very easy for us as a department to know what we need to go after: gangs, guns, and drugs. We're here to talk about Operation Heatwave, but we have been fighting this fight ever since the beginning of the year. We were told to be smart about it. So how do we do that? We use technology. We use intel analysts who we have hired. We continue to expand that program, who help our investigators in the background to fight crime. Gangs. Madam DA talked about the charges. Thus far, year to date, we have levied the gang charge 426 times this year. Guns. 1,529 seizures by the entire Atlanta Police Department. And drugs. Our narcotics unit, every 4 days, we are dismantling some type of drug operations inside the city of Atlanta. So that is what you get when you have someone who is focused in the leader, Chief Shearbaum, to get this department focused on 3 areas. And then I would turn it over to Captain Wolfel, who would talk about the successes of this 15 weeks, 7 operations under Operation Heatwave.
Thank you, Chief, and I'll make this brief as we're moving into our 7th operation of the 15 weeks in which we've deployed this summer, and we'll be stepping over here momentarily to provide some awards and accolades to some of our greatest crime fighters here in the city of Atlanta. But as Chief indicated, the mayor and the chief have provided an infrastructure for us to be successful around gangs, guns, and drugs. They have architected, engineered a system that works. We look at intelligence-led data, particularly weapon offenses that happen within 400-meter radiuses in our city that we know gangs occupy and ultimately call their strongholds. We will deploy to 4 of those radiuses tonight with tools and resources that we have been provided to combat criminal street gang activity. And then we also look at individuals specifically that we know have a proclivity to violence. And that has been a task that this mayor and this chief has put us up to, specific individuals that we know are driving crime. This is not conduct 20 traffic stops, a quantity type of approach. This is specific persons that we know are driving violent crime. We're going specifically after individuals that we know are driving violent crime in our city. And that is why at the onset of the summer, we began meeting back in April with our federal partner, with the federal partners with the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. We studied some NIBIN data that they had assembled for us. And we also looked at our weapon offense data. We placed those together as we came together to deploy tools and resources within those specific radiuses. So I'm going to walk us through this evening in reference to some of the individuals that we've come across throughout Operation Heatwave. Willie Dennis of the PFK gang. This individual was responsible for killing Breonna Powell at a party at Benjamin E. Mays High School in a parking lot. This is an individual that we knew to be associated with the Play for Keeps gang that operates primarily within the 3200 block of MLK, as well as the Fairburn corridor. And this is an individual that went on one of our 39 target lists at the onset of the summer. We were able to apprehend this individual on June 22nd. And we have conducted some subsequent investigation, not only into Willie Dennis, but additional link analysis as to persons associated with this criminal street gang. This next individual, Shaquille Bell, the Attorney General's office, who has partnered with us all throughout Operation Heatwave in the 15 weeks, along with the District Attorney's office. They have physically been in the vehicles with us as we have deployed out into these radius areas. This is one of the individuals that we had on our target list associated with criminal street gang activity in the 1600 block of Lakewood. Shaquille Bell, back in 2021, was associated with a heroin operation, a trafficking heroin operation, in which he was arrested and placed in jail in DeKalb County, and he made bond as a result of that, and he has been on our target list as a result of violent crime that has been impacting that Lakewood community since that time. So we partner closely with the Attorney General's office on this. Actually, Tuesday before last, an Operation Heatwave operation, they were with us as we continued to gather intelligence pertaining to this particular gang set. They have assembled and actually indicted this gang, I believe, on today. They added a 54 count indictment pertaining to these individuals, and it is a three-part defendant indictment in which a multitude of narcotics and weapons were taken off of the street. This next individual, Takil Mitchell, many of you remember back in, I believe it was May of 2023, we had a young man, 18-year-old Dominic McKibbins, that was killed. He was killed as a result of criminal street gang activity involving the 952 label gang. There were 19 individuals on that scene that night. In this department, our detectives, our officers, our crime suppression units, they work relentlessly to identify every single person in that video. Every single individual in that video that brandished a gun, that pointed a gun, that pulled a trigger, that resulted in 18-year-old Dominic McKibbin's life being taken on that night. We work relentlessly to not only identify those individuals, but apprehend all individuals that committed a crime on that scene. And as a result of those efforts, we did see a significant crime drop in the Zone 1 area subsequent to those arrests being made. So I've provided here some pictures of some of the guns, the weapons, and narcotics that we've taken off the street. You can scroll through those for any additional B-roll or footage that you might need. And this last individual here, Fernando Crenshaw, we work closely with Madam DA's office in reference to this individual. He is a self-proclaimed YSL criminal street gang member. We made entry into a location that he resided in DeKalb County with our fugitive unit and the U.S. Marshals. We were able to apprehend him with a trafficking amount of narcotics as well as firearms that were taken off the street. And the prosecutors from the District Attorney's office that were riding with us in the car every night during Operation.
Now, that young man that he just mentioned is the young man that the district attorney represented in 2019 as his defense attorney, and Young Thug, known as Jeffrey Williams, or Jeffrey Williams, known as Young Thug, father actually paid her the money for that young man, Fernando, that they're talking about. And isn't it funny that they love to say, and he said it so eloquently, that he was a part of the founding of YSL, he say, gang, but yet he's not listed in the indictment. He's free, and we looked at him give an interview who said that he had a auntie-nephew type relationship with her, and she was a good person, and he couldn't believe she was doing this, and this is not her, and it's got to be bigger than her. But look how she's looking off. Isn't it amazing? She's not standing proud and looking into the camera as he was talking about this young man, Fernando. But this young man is one that she doesn't even have named, but he was supposed to be one of the founders. So it's all fishy and suspicious, and they think that we all have no sense, and therefore they can just tell us anything. So let's finish hearing what they're saying.
Heat wave. They stayed and worked throughout the night, showed up at the bond hearings in the morning, and made sure that we secured no bond statuses as a result of Fernando Crenshaw's arrest. So those types of efforts and that precision policing that we have done throughout the summer across this 15 weeks has resulted in the data that you were provided today, 21% reduction in our violent crime at this time. Our homicides are down in excess now of 25%. I believe we've shown a 22% reduction in ag assaults and a 19% reduction in our robberies. So we are tremendously thankful to our partners, and we will be stepping over to brief our teams for tonight's gang operation. Thank you.
And we will take questions now.
Larry Sproul with Channel 2 Action News. My question would be for Madam Willis. You have been always tough on gangs. As it gets, appears to be that gangs are now recruiting at a younger age. The victims and the suspects in these violent crimes are being younger. What would be your message to those who are recruiting these young gang members?
Although they'll be the people that we go after first. You're absolutely right. We're losing too many of our children to gangs, and the people sometimes that we as citizens are angry about are our own children, because they are being recruited into these gangs. And so those are the people that we are going to target for recruiting our children.
Dawn White, reporter with 11 Alive News. What part do you think that curfew has played in the reduction of these numbers, and how effective do you think it's been?
I think the curfew has been effective, but I also think programming has been effective. I think that the mayor doing the basketball league is effective. I think that the district attorney's office doing the REACH program and going into schools and trying to divert children other ways. It has to be a multi-tiered approach. It can't just be straight prosecution, and I think everyone that stands here recognizes that. We're going to be completely tough on those that terrorize our city and criminals, but we're also going to try to do things to keep children out of this lifestyle. We all know it sounds cliche at this point, but it only adds you to jail cells and caskets, and we are trying to keep our children out of cells, and we're trying to keep them out of caskets.
Madam DA, Joseph Pop with the AJC, you guys talk about the success, and Chief as well, you guys talk about the success of this operation. You're adding close to 100 more people to the jail, a jail that just had its 5th death this month. What are you doing to help out Sheriff Labat in mitigating what's going on at the jail right now?
I'm so happy you asked me about what's going on at the jail. Since I was a candidate for district attorney, I stated that jail, we should have had a new jail 15 years ago, and we're not going to let people bury their heads in the sand and act like they didn't know we needed a new jail. And we need a new jail for 2 different reasons. The first reason we need one is Atlanta and Fulton County has become too big. It was antiquated the day they built it. That's the truth. In addition to it not being large enough, it's not in good enough repair. What do I mean by that? Locks don't work. Things do not work that the sheriff is entitled to have. And so I'm very happy that I've loudly said this, that we now have commissioners that are going to fund a new jail that we deserve, because people deserve to be housed humanely, even when they've been accused of crimes. And so I completely support that. What I am going to do is we're going to look at cases. We're processing them just as fast as we can. But we also going to deal with reality. And the reality is we need a bigger facility, and it needs to be a facility that...
I want to follow up on that question, the last question about AG Carr, actually. 3 people, of course, are stabbed at the Fulton County Jail, one, of course, fatally. It's the 5th stabbing in a month. What can the state do to step in to help resolve this crisis?
Hold on 1 second, sir. We're going to stay on topic of the heat wave situation, so we're not going to dive into the situation that happened in Fulton County.
And we have a team to brief as well. Just
Everyone's had an opportunity to ask their question.
AG, are you going to prosecute this, or is Madam DA going to prosecute this?
We've been partnering on this. We've got a couple of the cases that we're working on, and we'll stay a part of this team and proud to be a part of it.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Okay, so Regina, I'm answering your question. There you go. Okay, now let's see. Okay, let's move on down the line. So we got rid of her. Let's listen to just a little. Nope, we're not going to listen to that. We're going to go on to Young Thug. We'll do a little listening about her on actually Wednesday. Let's go to Young Thug because there are some things that I wanted to point out. Now, one of the things when they were in court the other day, they were talking about, there is an internal affairs investigation, and they did not get that in discovery. And so the internal affairs investigation, I was able to see that video today, and it was very interesting. Now, the internal affairs investigation came about because a young man sued the police department. But as it turned out, 32 police officers were under investigation. And 30 of those officers just so happened to leave in, I believe it was June or July of 2020, which this man was giving a deposition. He was one of the internal affairs investigators, and he was given that deposition in September 2020. And so that's very interesting, and we'll hear that. We're not going to listen to his whole conversation. I learned how to use my clip feature. So some things we're just going to hear a line, 1 minute of what I'm trying to tell the story. It may be 3 minutes because it may be 3 of them so that you can get the big picture. But I want y'all to hear what is being said about this internal affairs investigation. Now, remember, it's about 2 officers, but they're going to mention this article where they're talking about 32 of the PD are being investigated. And you'll get to hear his answers and how he tried to smooth it out. I thought he did pretty good in the depositions. Some of the things I thought that he wasn't, being completely honest, but then I don't know if the man was being honest or not. It just sounded far-fetched to me for him to think the things that he thought looking at the videos that the man showed him on what had happened. But, I'm not in the mind of a policeman, so I don't know. I do know that I worked in the field and I had a badge, but I didn't have the pleasure of having a on. So I had to go and see people with just a federal badge in my hand and hope that they did not feel crazy enough or froggy to do something to me. And so far, I never had any frightening stories. The closest I got was I had to go to a biker's hangout, and I was looking for an individual, and those people were looking at me awfully funny, but nobody said anything to me out of line. They all was just very attentive to me and knew that I was there. And when I say attentive, I don't mean that they were at my beck and call. All of their attention was on me. All eyes on me. I think that's Tupac or somebody who has a song like that. But they were just quiet, looking and listening. And I was, over in the corner talking to the person that owned the bar who I needed to be talking to. And then we went outside. But that was about one of the scariest events that I had. And then I had one where I went to a lady's house and she had this big Nakia dog at the door, and she was an elderly lady, and the dog kept bucking his head up against the door, and it was like plexiglass, but I was afraid the dog was going to break the glass. And I'm asking this lady, because she's opening the screen, closing it, and I'm asking her, please don't let the dog out. Because she said, I can't stand you people. I didn't know if she mean me as an Asiatic woman or me as a revenue officer with the IRS. I didn't know which one she meant, but her son was not there anymore. And she said that we should have known that. And we have no way of knowing if you don't send in a change of address. That was just his last known address. And I just so happened to get the case in my queue. And being a revenue officer, you don't make announcements. And once all of the letters have been sent, you make visits. And so that's what I did. And I ended up walking backwards to my car because I didn't want to turn my back, and she let the dog out. And she could have did it while I was walking backwards, but she didn't. Then those two were the most scariest events that I had working in the field as a revenue officer. So, and I didn't have a weapon, and we were not allowed to have a weapon. All we had was that administrative badge, because we are the people that put cases together for the Criminal Investigation Division. They can't put together their own cases because it would be a conflict of interest. So we have to put it together, and it goes through a liaison and see if it meets all the criteria, and if so, there it is. But it was very, very, very interesting job, and honorable one for me. Now, most people speak of the tax collector as not so good, but it was a good job for me. But they talked about that internal affairs investigation. So I have that information that I'm going to play. But right now, I want to play where Gaither, the woman who was on the stand for almost 5 days and who lied about several things I found, and I found it to be very disturbing. I found that she took advantage of Mr. Murphy because she asked him about giving him his rights. And when he said that he wanted to get his attorney, I want y'all to hear what she had to say. And I thought that was really strange. And he ended up talking to them anyway, but it was very strange. But like I said, I only did snippets because I just want y'all to catch these points where you can see where she literally lied on the stand. And the unfortunate part about that, they're supposed to allow them to say whatever they need to say to get people to confess or whatever, but under oath, everybody is supposed to be under the penalty of perjury. And you're not supposed to be able to perjure yourself under oath. And what they like to use against you is, if we were on witness stand, who do you think they would believe? Me with my credentials, or you being who you are? And of course you would think, or they would have you think, that they would always come out credible because they are the police. But that's not always true. That's why they said you cannot say what a jury is going to do. Nobody can predict it, because each individual have the power to use their mind based on the information that the judge give them in instruction and the evidence that they have to consider. So it's always best to go with a jury of your peers than to just cop a plea, because a lot of that is just to get you to say, yeah, you're guilty, so they can close the case. And they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Not because I'm an attorney, it's because, like I said, I read and I look at a lot of TV. So let's go here to, I want to go here. What's showing me my little pictures? Okay. I know I got it up here. Let's go here. One minute here. I don't know why that's not closing out. That's really kind of getting on my nerves, not closing out. So let's just do this like this.
Open with you.
We've already seen that. So I want to go here. I'm going to go here. Okay, so here we're going to go with Attorney Sharp is asking this woman some questions. So we're going to listen to her. When he asks her some questions. So we're going to start with him asking her about her answer when she was asked about the person sitting in the back or the front. How did the shooting happen? Let me see. Okay. So he's asking her a few questions, and like I said, they're all 1 minute. So it's going to be about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'm going to let you hear something, and then we'll go from there. So this is where he's asking her about the gas pump when the guys that came up, because what they did was they accused Walter Murphy, who is known as DK, and he was like Young Thug's brother. They grew up together. And so she named him as the person who actually did the shooting of this young man who lost half of his head. And it was really his skull, because his head has an indentation, but they were able to do some kind of surgeries and stuff on him. But what she did was, they showed this man, D'Angelo White, a lineup, but the guy who is her partner, Dennis, asked him, the guy that drew down on you at the store, circle him if you see him. And that's who he circled and thought that he was identifying, but they wrote on the paperwork, she did, that he named him as the shooter. And that never happened. But that's what she said. And so she, in short, is another Shannon Stillwell is his client. And remember, all of these guys that are sitting in this courtroom did their own crimes. And all of these crimes were committed back in 2013 to 2015. There were a couple of them, but they were just minor crimes that was done in 20 or 21 or 22. But nothing, 21 and 20. Nothing as serious as these crimes that these guys did back some, 10, 11 years ago. And so now this one guy who, it was rumored also that Fani Willis was dating, he was one of the people that was terminated. And so this is supposed to be a revenge or a vengeance for his demise. So let's hear what Short is saying to this woman, and I want y'all to hear what this woman is saying. And again, 1 minute intervals. So I'm going to just put them up and play them. I learned how to do some little clipping, so I was very excited about that. And I think this one is first. And this is the Honorable Max Short. And it's SCHARDT.
the objection. So.
Gaither, what I'm
And I want y'all to hear how she talks to this man. How condescending and just downright nasty, and the judge says nothing. It's really ridiculous and very disrespectful. But I want y'all to hear how curt and sassy she sounds, as if she has no respect for him. So he was asking her, didn't these cars pull up together or whatever? And she couldn't remember or whatever. So he was just showing her this little part. And she's going to get a little sassy and all like that. And so he said, well, I guess we'll have to listen to the whole 8 minutes, which he didn't want to do. But here we go.
What I'm going to ask you to watch over the next 8 minutes or 9 minutes is whether anyone in the blue car either pumps gas or goes into the store to buy any items.
Objection, compound speculation. What they do is speculation.
What they do is speculation. It's
I'm an overrule the objection. So.
I can tell you no one pumped gas or went into the store.
Okay, thank you. So the state.
Yeah, no commentary. Let's just move on. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kokomo, thank you. Thank you. So while they were there, no one got out to pump gas. No one bought Citgo gas.
Sir, I just answered that.
And no one went into the store to buy any items.
That's an answer. Come on, let's move on, Mr. Sharp.
What I'm going to ask you to
You see how the judge just brushed that off as if that was not important. But okay, we're going to leave that. And we're going to go to the next one.
And the blue car goes down Jonesboro Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, pause it. Pause it, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, as the blue car is left, we see OG Bentley. Is he running to his car to give chase?
Here in this frame?
Yes.
No, he's right here. If we're looking at the bottom frame as well, he's right here inside the store.
So, kind of lumbering or walking slowly into the store?
He's seen in the store, the doorway of the store.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Anyone running to any cars to give chase to that blue car?
You can definitely see Mr. McMillan waving them on, telling them to hurry up and come on.
And the blue car goes down.
He's asking that question because those guys that were going into the store, it is presumed that they called the two guys that came with the weapons because they thought these people were going to rob them. And so they needed some protection. And the guys in the blue car who had been there 8 minutes, and she pretended she didn't know that at first until he said we'd have to look at the whole 8 minutes. Then she decided she knew didn't nobody go in there. And so the blue car ended up pulling off with nobody ever getting out. And the guy who got wounded said that he was going to the store for his grandmother to buy her something, but they never made it to the store. Now, he may not remember making it to the store because of what happened to him, but certainly they didn't have any intentions on going to the store for the purpose in which he said. Because as you will hear in the testimony, when they be talking to this guy, D'Angelo White, he's going to let them know that they had uns in their car as well. So let's see. I was trying to name them so I'll know where I'm going with this. Let me see. Okay. Those are all about the report. They have not given them her police report, and she keeps pretending because she's been gone from the place for 4 years now. There is no way she knows anything about the file folder, but the DA has the file folder, and they have not turned over a discovery, which is considered Brady discovery. They've tried to ask for a mistrial several times and asked the judge to recuse himself and ask him to take the DA off the case, but to no avail. And if you hear, I don't know if the part that I have that I wanted to play about Fani, and I think I'll just wait and play that on Wednesday because I'll have it exactly where I want it, where she's talking about the lady, the finance person. The CFO is talking about the finances and how the DA, and this is what gets me, y'all. These people are supposed to be honest, integral, good faith workers, right? But the DA thinks, and the sheriff thinks, and he said it's about 4 other people, think that they can just go to them with a line item request for money. Like she went to them for a request for people to hire to get rid of all of the backlog cases from when Paul Howard was there, which was about 16,000. And they gave her $36 million. Plus they gave her $5 million. And she decided when she got the money to do what she wanted to do with it. And then they have people that's been sitting in their jail unindicted since 5 years ago. They've had people in there still to this day that's been in there up to 2 years, never have been indicted. So that means they've never seen a judge. But she's running around here saying that she's representing the people of Fulton County by trying to prosecute Donald Trump and Jeffrey Williams. It is unheard of, and these people are still going for her, and that just really, saddens me. But so here we go. Let's listen to Short, and I'm just going to play them so that you guys can hear how this testimony was going.
Back and watch if you want, but would you agree that blue car was present for about 8 minutes?
I'm not sure the exact timeline.
All right.
Okay, I gotta label my stuff better because I don't know how to arrange them where they'll be in order. I don't even know if I can arrange them where they'll be in order. So this is what I was telling y'all about before she came clean and said she know they were not there 8 minutes. So, and when you see DK standing out here, he actually has a weapon, but I didn't want to show that because he ran out there like he was going to do something to that vehicle, but they had pulled off. And so he just tucked it in his jacket and went away. But I'm going to let y'all hear this because this is we put the cart before the horse. I just need y'all to hear this so it'll make more sense to you.
I guess we're going to have to do this way. 1340, please. Please note on the top left, Investigator Gaither, it says 2135, 52.
Okay.
And for the record, both cars are present now, correct?
Yes.
Back and watch if you want, but would you agree that the blue car was present for about 8 minutes?
I'm not sure the exact timeline.
All right, I guess we're gonna have.
Okay, and then that Miss Love lady, she always interrupts. She never, ever, ever follow any protocol. Normally, she don't even let him finish his sentence before she interrupts. Okay, so anybody any attention? Let's see. Okay, I think these right here. Okay. Paper is trying to fix her. Okay, let's see. Okay, the Gaither ball stained it. Okay. So let's see here. Let's go here. Let's try this one. I'm going to play them, y'all, and then I'll come back and tell y'all because I really don't know these orders, so I'll come back and tell y'all.
Passenger.
And there's a third person in the car in the back seat, correct?
Correct, which?
That was not Walter Murphy, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you running down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter.
And somehow you're trying to get away from
She has not answered that.
She's answered already. It's asked and answered. Move on.
She
please.
answered.
She's asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we can't find?
Objection, Your Honor. Injecting facts that are not in evidence about the leaking.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. We have this one though, but you don't have the other police reports, right?
Objection, babe.
Sustain the objection.
Hey. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversation you had with D'Angelo White in that car. D'Angelo White wanted $20 for helping you out, or helping the police give information, correct?
He did.
Okay, and obviously you didn't pay him to give information,
I'm
right?
not paying anyone to give information, not just him. That is not how I work and how I did police work.
Fair enough.
Overrule the objection by Mr. Steele.
Fair enough. But you did speak to him, even though you didn't pay him, you did get him to speak about what had happened, correct?
By his account of what occurred, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. He indicated that he had a familiarity. He knew who O.G. Bentley was, correct?
Correct.
And he
He knew
referred
of him. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
He knew of him.
Okay. And just for the record, when I'm saying O.G. Bentley, we're talking about government name Kelvin Trenton.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the rather large, light-skinned gentleman on the video.
That's your description of him. I mean,
Okay.
I've seen larger.
Gentleman that got out of the silver Pontiac.
The light skin with the white t-shirt, short sleeve white t-shirt. Yes, sir.
All right. And ended up going into the store.
Correct.
All right. Now, D'Angelo White said that O.G. Bentley was known to carry large amounts of money. Right?
He did say that, yes.
And D'Angelo White, in his mind, associated O.G. Bentley with someone who worked for the rapper Young Thug.
Objection, speculation is to put in someone's mind.
I stand.
It's
I stand as a form. You can rephrase.
In his statement, he associated, in his statement, he associated O.G. Bentley with Young Thug.
Yes.
Per Walter Murphy, in his interview with you, he also said that at one point, O.G. Bentley actually worked as a road manager for Young Thug, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect. I'm not sure of his exact words, but he did. He stated he worked for him in some capacity.
But Young Thug Jeffrey Williams had since cut ties because O.G. Bentley was stealing from him, correct?
According to Walter Murphy.
Okay, so according to Walter Murphy, at the time of this incident, there were no ties between O.G. Bentley and Jeffrey Williams on a professional level.
Objection, Your Honor, in the statement of testimony.
I stand the objection as a form. You can rephrase, sir.
Either way, D'Angelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who would have money in his statement, correct?
What do you mean by either way in regards to the follow-up?
I stand the objection.
In his statement, D'Angelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who carries around large amounts of money. In his statement to you?
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. This document that I'm reading off of, this photo lineup,
which is
states 73 BBA. Thank you, John. When you left the police department, what did you do with this?
What did I do with what? You have it in your hand?
Yeah, what did you do with it when you left the police department? Did it go in the case file?
Objection, made.
I stand the objection.
Did you 73 BBA, the photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you did before.
I didn't. Could you please answer?
Again, sir?
73 BBA. Photo lineups. When you left the police department, did these photo lineups end up on the 5th floor? This document that I'm reading off of this. Was that an accurate report?
Yeah, I'm going to object.
Basis. I don't think he answered that. I'll overrule the objection.
Sir, that's what I wrote.
Let me ask you, this document that I'm reading off of this photo lineup,
which is
states 73 BBA. Thank you, John. When you left the police department, what did you do with this?
What I do with what? You have it in your hand?
Yeah, what did you do with it when you left the police department? Did it go in the case file?
Objection, okay?
I stand in objection.
Did you 73 BBA, the photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you did before.
I didn't. Could you please answer my question?
What's your question again, sir?
73 BBA, photo lineups. When you left the police department, did these photo lineups end up on the 5th floor?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
I stand in
What did
objection.
you do with the photo lineups when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor, she answered that.
She has not answered that.
She's answered that already. It's asked and answered. Move on.
She
please.
answered.
She's
about-
asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything?
She answered that.
She has not answered that.
She's answered that already. It's asked and answered. Move on.
She
please.
answered.
She's
about-
asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we keep?
Objection, Your Honor, injecting facts that are not in evidence about the weekend.
I stand in objection.
Okay. We had this one though, but you don't have the other police reports, right?
Objection, babe.
Stand in objection.
Hey. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversation you had with D'Angelo White in that car. D'Angelo White wanted $20 for helping you out or helping the police give information, correct?
He did.
Okay, and
She answered that.
she has not answered.
Okay, y'all, forgive me if it sounds like y'all just listening to the same thing over and over, because I was clipping after I learned how to clip. I was clipping my butt off, so just bear with me, because it's going to make some sense. I got here. She was belligerent and out of order. The judge went along with her. Let me see here. So she's trying to fix her lie. Let's see. I'm trying to see, where is he? Okay. Let me just see what I wrote here. Okay, let's try to go here. Okay, this is his lineup. Let's go here.
BA. The Walter Murphy lineup, which was lineup number 2. You wrote on 7/13/15 that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy, aka DK, as person with assault rifle and shooter. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When you say person with an assault rifle and shooter, are you saying he was identified as the shooter?
According to Mr. D'Angelo White, yes.
He was identified as the shooter.
He was identified as a person with the rifle, and he stated he believed the passenger was the shooter because it would be hard for the driver to drive and shoot a rifle.
Well, actually, in his interview in that car.
Now, y'all probably didn't hear that good. It looks like my mic was on. I want y'all to hear this again and listen to what's going on, because now she's finna explain how she said that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy. But she's the person who keeps saying he sat in the passenger seat, and she's the one keep referring to the assault rifle. And that's not nothing that boy said. That's what she's saying. And then we're going to see what his partner had him to do to identify this young man. And then you're going to see how she came up with what she came up with, saying that he identified him as the shooter. That never happened. So I'm not going to come back on. And if I hear something that seems like it's out of order, I'm just going to stop it and play it so you guys can hear it. And I appreciate y'all for staying with me, because this is a little confusing and convoluted, but it really does make sense. I just didn't know what I was doing. Thank you, Regina. I just seen the echo. And Georgia's corrupt and run by corrupt politicians. Yep, law enforcement, etc. Yep. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, that echo was bad. I'm sorry about that echo, but I'm going to leave it off. So if I hear something that sounds like it's out of order, because if y'all hear this, y'all hear what I heard. And the lady just lied on the witness stand. I mean, she's been lying all the time, but I mean, she just blatantly lied. And you can see how it works. She and her partner, they're starstruck, number one. They probably felt like they feel bad they was on the wrong team. I think the partner had an opportunity to be on, work for, not be on nobody's team. There's no gang or nothing, but work for. Thug would not give his friends money, but he would give them jobs and pay them to work. And all of them were all using drugs and everything. And I guess it wasn't enough money for them. And so what they would do is steal from people on the road, and he would send them back home on airplanes. He didn't make them catch the bus or the megabus or a Uber. He actually sent them home on planes and cut ties. And these people are trying to make all of this be something that it's not. But Anyway, let's listen to this because I want y'all to hear what is being said. And I'm going to go on mute so I'll make sure that you all don't hear that echo. I'm so sorry.
The Walter Murphy lineup, which was lineup number 2. You wrote on 7/13/15 that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy, aka DK, as person with assault rifle and shooter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you say person with assault rifle and shooter,
yes,
are you saying he was identified as the shooter?
According to Mr. D'Angelo White, yes.
He was identified as the shooter.
He was identified as a person with the rifle, and he stated he believed the passenger was the shooter because it would be hard for the driver to drive and shoot a rifle.
Well, actually, in his interview in that car, the Walter Murphy lineup. Is that what you wrote?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Okay. Identified Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, as ordering the shooting. Did he say he saw Kelvin Treadwell, OG Bentley, order the shooting?
He stated that OG Bentley was
the Walter Murphy lineup, which was lineup number 2. You wrote on 7/13/15 that D'Angelo White identified Walter Murphy, aka DK, as person with assault rifle and shooter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you say person with assault rifle and shooter,
yes,
are you saying he was identified as the shooter?
according to Mr. D'Angelo White, yes.
He was identified as the shooter.
He was identified as a person with the rifle, and he stated he believed the passenger was the shooter because it would be hard for the driver to drive and shoot a rifle.
Well, actually, in his interview in that car, the Walter Murphy lineup. Truth is, You've seen the surveillance. D'Angelo White never got out of the blue car in the parking lot of the Citgo, correct?
That has nothing to do with what he saw.
One of the big issues that will be front and center during the Atlanta mayoral
This is really some good stuff. I thought I was doing a hell of a job. This is my new editing, but I didn't do that right. So trust me, I'll have this better by Wednesday. Just consider this the beginner's cut. I appreciate y'all for staying because this is very confusing the way I'm doing it, but it really makes sense what I'm trying to do. But I just don't know how to change them and make them be 1, 2, 3 in order. I don't know how to move them around. So thank y'all. And it got sort right here, so maybe that's how you do it. I don't know. I'll find out later, not tonight. But y'all got to hear this because I got it all confused. But when y'all hear it, it'll make sense.
Shots came from the driver's side. I stated it could not have been the passenger side. It had to be the passenger, not the passenger side of the vehicle, is what I stated.
Mr. Murphy was seated in the passenger front according to your investigation, correct?
And also according to Mr. Murphy, yes.
And Mr. White just said on tape it couldn't have come from the passenger side, correct?
Okay, this is when she was trying to fix her lies, so I gotta let y'all hear what was said. So let me let y'all hear that. I know where that is. Now look how long it's going to take them to get back to that $20. And if y'all recall earlier, I played the tape where she told Max Short that she wouldn't sell her integrity for nothing and not no $20. She don't do a business like that. But look how long it's going to take them to get back to that subject after he just mentioned that. And they went on into another conversation. But the part I really want y'all to hear is about to come up. They are almost at 200 sidebars. They were at 161. And look how raunchy these women dress, how tight her clothes are on her. And I don't know why she feel the need to have on those too little clothes and so tight and showing her undergarments. Nobody wants to see that, but that's the way they dress in the DA's office. Either the clothes are on backwards or they're too small and certainly too tight. She want her some gang members just like Fani. They want gang members. But some gang members, they let go. They say they gang members. Like YSL Mundo. Who's running around giving all kind of interviews. So y'all not seeing none of this. I'm so sorry. I thought y'all was seeing this. Boy. Boy, you got to know what you're doing. Hi, Bahira, happy Mother's Day. Hey, D, how you doing? I bet you ain't lying, but we'll see. I'm trying to learn how to work this computer, child. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing better than I knew before I got here. Okay. Here we go, y'all.
Your Honor, we are now starting at 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
You working anything?
Circling initial. All y'all do. We'll take you back where you need to go. I gotta know you something,
Displayed on stage exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo. Would you tell the jury about the
Of any examinations of direct and cross.
Okay, we can't use this. This is what after he said what I wanted y'all to hear. So let me go see where I have it, because we can't use that. That's not it. That's not gonna be it right there. I need y'all to hear what was said. Okay, let me go back and try to read my titles. And the palm. Short plate. Let me see where I see if I got short plate. The Gaither made up a version of D'Angelo said, as if the date and but she can say. Part 2. Did she see anyone improving? Can't believe this. Serenity. Okay. No permit. What was the no permit I got from Sylvia? Let me see what I got from Sylvia.
Well, she ain't got no permit to be.
That's actually Jeffrey's dad, Big Jeff. And I had posted Sylvia's videos. She has 2 where she spoke with his dad and she spoke with Lil Rod's dad. And I posted them on my wall, and I don't know if she's taking them down. But if not, they should be still up there. So that's what that was. I seen that no permit, but let me see. I need to find the one where they're talking about the car. As of the date. Made up a version. I thought I had this on this 1 minute.
He was identified as the shooter.
He was identified.
Thank you for the happy Mother's Day, D. Let me see. What are y'all saying? Reignited conversations about the use of rap lyrics in criminal cases. Yes. You know, I thought Luther Campbell had defeated that way back when. In that case, I thought would have knocked this out the box, but it didn't, unfortunately. Let me see. Since the prosecution is using rap lyrics as the political weapon, they're assuming these rap lyrics that everything any of these guys rap about is autobiographical, and it's outrageous, outrageously ridiculous. I'm going to find this thing, and I thank y'all for staying with me. I'm going to find this one where y'all can hear this boy, because I know I have it. I thought I had it right here, but she was only playing what she wanted to play. I don't want that. I want to play what I want to play, and I know I did the 1 minute. I could have sworn I did. But looked like I thought I was really naming this stuff so I'll know what's what, but the way I name stuff, it sounds like I don't know what the hell I was doing. So I'm going to go off the mic so that y'all won't get all that echo and I won't forget. But I'm just going to try them until I see what I'm looking for.
Being asked if you spoke to Cornelia States.
Yes.
And you indicated that you did interview Cornelia States.
Yes.
Okay. What date did you speak to Cornelia States?
I do not have my original police report. I do not have that file with me. I don't have it at all, not even just with me. I don't have it.
Okay. And would that be one of the police reports that I asked you to bring to court?
Would it be? I don't have that case file again.
Where did you speak to Cornelia States?
He was picked up from his residence.
Okay. Terrion Moody, when did you speak to Terrion Moody?
Again, the exact date, I'm not sure. All of the victims were spoken to. It had been roughly...
Being asked if you spoke to Cornelia States.
Yes.
And you Your Honor, I'm just asking that the witness answer the question.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Did D'Angelo White ever say he could see who shot?
D'Angelo White stated he did not believe the driver could be able to shoot a rifle and drive. So he thought the passenger, who was Walter Murphy with an assault rifle, shot the assault rifle at his friend. He also stated the backseat passenger, who was what he said to be a young man named Fani, he had a handgun. The victim was shot with the assault rifle round.
So he never identified Walter Murphy as the shooter, did he?
Objection, Hassan.
I sustain the objection.
Did he ever say?
So I object.
Your Honor, I'm just asking that the witness answer the question.
The passenger.
And there's a third person in the car in the back seat, correct?
Correct, which
And that was not Walter Murphy, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you running down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter.
And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that YSL, members of YSL shot this boy in the head. Whether it's a report.
Okay.
Like me to step out, sir? The passenger.
And there's a third person in the car in the back seat. Truth is, you've seen the surveillance. D'Angelo White never got out of the blue car in the parking lot of the Citgo, correct?
That has nothing to do with what he saw.
Okay, so you're saying that D'Angelo White was sitting in the blue car in the Citgo that night.
I've already ruled, so formulate another question. Okay.
Over Treadwell making a phone call. Okay, so you're saying that D'Angelo White was sitting in the blue car in the Citgo that night and heard and saw O.G. Bentley, also known as Kelvin Treadwell, making a phone call from inside the store.
Objection.
That's what you're saying?
Objection, badgering number one. Objection, cause for speculation. Objection, Hassan, answer.
I sustain this on 3 bases.
Is that what you're saying?
Objection, Hassan.
Sir, I've already ruled, so formulate another question. Okay, thank you, sir.
Who's talking? Truth is,
Welcome either to come up and view what I'm showing the witness if they choose to do so at this time.
that level of detail. So again, trial expenses.
Just generically, not even.
Pulled up, what was like the conversation about? Just about the speed.
Let's see how they climb up on that, right? You driving up a little bit close. So they feel like we just follow them. And this is Tesco right here. This not Tesco. Right. Tesco right down way down the street. They put in there, we put in there, boom. So they think, shit, we either trying to rob them or something. The nigga named OG Bennett, he got some money.
Like where he get paid from? How he got money? Would he rap or something?
Rapper gonna throw up.
Do you mind if I pull down there where the stop sign is so you can show me exactly where the intersection where the shooting happened?
The intersection ain't never happened right here.
I know, that's why I said I want to turn around and go back down there. If that's cool with you.
So yeah, go to way.
Okay. I'll let you drive.
18. Your birthday one day after mine.
So y'all hang out down by Lakewood, y'all don't be up this way? What high school you went to?
You just came out?
They got out.
How long ago?
Yeah.
A day ago. They told y'all I was calling for you?
Phone.
What you was locked up for? Probation.
Take this left.
I gotta throw me some, man.
Oh, you something?
Oh, you what?
Yeah. Tell me how this shit.
Something like what?
Money.
How much you talking about?
20.
$20?
Yeah. I really couldn't even say shit. My other partner, they wasn't gonna say shit neither.
How you know they ain't already said shit?
I know they weren't gonna say nothing.
How you know that?
I know them personally.
Right. But what if you'd caught that bullet in your head? What you would want us to do? You feel me? You seen your partner?
I ain't seen him.
Why you ain't been up there to see him?
That's why, man, this shit too hot now. I ain't know where hospital he was in anyway.
He ain't even in the hospital. He in a rehabilitation center. He that fucked up.
Like half his brain, like
It's literally like
it's gone.
his head is gone.
Like a chunk of his head is gone. You feel me? If that was you, what would you want him to do for you? That's what you got to think about.
The right thing.
I just saying, go out and really. Nobody in my family really fuck with me anyway. They want to tell me.
We understand that.
I'm the only one that just fuck with them. That shit just chose.
And that's what make our job.
For the record, no.
It was no sound because I was typing to you. We're going to get ready to end, and I'm going to end on the internal affairs. I have that a little bit more together. And I have all this together. It's kind of almost like
joining us.
It's kind of almost like it's almost like, you know, I'm kind of a firm believer when I be trying to do something. If it don't go right, then I don't do it really. And this is almost like that's feeling like that to me, because I've tried this twice and didn't get it the way I wanted it. But I figured out how to clip, and so I just now have to figure out how to organize and how to label it where it's, you know, cohesive and I'm not skipping it all over the country. But I'm going to give y'all these three, and I want y'all to hear what this guy is saying. He's internal affairs. Remember, all of them left on an exodus in 2020, in June or July of 2020. They were investigating 32 no good officers, and it started with those with excessive force, but it was really a lot of different things. So this guy here is internal affairs. It was 2 officers, not any of these that's in this trial that we know of, but see, they never got them the internal affairs report, so they don't know what's in there and who's in there and what's in there about their people. Their people say they retired, but they believe that they left to keep from being fired. They don't know that. They can't prove that. Not yet. Because a lot of information that the state pretend they don't have, and these officers pretend they don't have, but the police department should have it, or the DA's office or somebody, but nobody is producing these documents. So that's been a challenge, but I just want y'all to hear what the internal affairs guy says, and it's going to be, it should only be 3 minutes, but let me see. And we should be out of here. Okay, it's going to take me out of there. Okay, there it is right here. The internal affairs guy is at the top, I think. Where is the internal affairs guy? Yeah, here he is. I wanted y'all to hear Walter Murphy. That's why I was really wanting y'all to hear this other stuff, but we'll hear that Wednesday. Okay, the internal affairs guy, let's see. Do you have to put everything that they tell you? Nixon does not agree. Fulton has a serious problem. 32. Okay. Say Nixon. Okay. This is how this starts, and it goes there. So here we go, y'all. We're going to do these. It's 3 minutes and 57 seconds, and then we're gone. I'll come back and say bye, of course. Appreciate y'all for putting up with me. I'm learning.
Have you ever heard of a police officer who testifies against another police officer referred to as a rat or a snitch?
I'm going to object at this moment just because this line of questioning goes.
Have you ever heard of a police officer who testifies against another police officer referred to as a rat or a snitch?
I'm going to object at this moment just because this line of questioning goes beyond the scope. And Investigator Nixon is testifying as to his personal knowledge, not answering on behalf of the city's opinions. But you may answer if you have personal knowledge.
I don't have personal knowledge, no ma'am.
Have you ever heard of APD officers deactivating their body cameras to make sure their stories line up before completing a report?
I've heard of APD officers deactivating their body cameras, but not for that purpose. When we see that they deactivated their cameras and we inquire, some people have told me that they were on the phone with their spouse. Others, they went to the bathroom, but not for the purpose of completing a report or anything like that.
Do you think there's a department-wide problem with excessive force?
No. We have instances, but it's not an epidemic or anything like that. We do have, I'm not sure what the stats are to compare us nationwide, but I don't think we have a real bad problem with it. We have our instances, but I don't believe it's an epidemic.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen with you. Show Plaintiff's Exhibit 500. Can you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 500 on your screen?
Yes.
And this is an 11 Alive article that was recently published. I want to ask you something about this. If I turn to page 4. Do you see that highlighted paragraph that says, according to the file Griggs said Howard gave him, there are currently 32 police officers facing criminal prosecution in Fulton County. At least 13 of those officers were involved in 7 fatal shooting cases going back 4 years.
Yes.
I read that correctly?
Yes. Now, I've seen that article also. And the Griggs is Gerald Griggs, and the 32 officers we don't know if they're all Atlanta police officers because it says Fulton County. So I'm assuming it's East Point, Fulton County, all the counties that are in, all the cities that are in Fulton County to add up to that 32.
Okay. Does the fact that there are 32 pending criminal cases against police officers for excessive force indicate a potential systemic problem to you?
Objection as to form.
No.
You may.
Only because there may be 32 officers, but this is going back however many years. Now, if you say there's 32 officers in 6 months or maybe 1 year, yes, possibly. But not knowing how 13 officers. Okay, 13 of the officers going back 4 years. So it depends on the span that we're talking about, because I personally know of some of our files that go back 6 years that's sitting on his desk.
Okay. And do you see the next paragraph that says, quote, "We've got a serious police brutality problem in the city of Atlanta. We've got a serious police brutality problem in the state of Georgia, and a serious police brutality problem in Fulton County," Griggs said.
Yes.
Do you agree that there's a serious police brutality problem in the city of Atlanta?
No. I would like to see where he got to make. Summarization, and usually with the report will also be, we audio record the interviews. So whatever we don't put on paper, the file will also have the entire audio interview.
Okay, so you are required to put whatever they tell you in the investigation?
Yeah, a summary. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Section leading.
Now, when you include what they put in the investigative report, does that automatically mean that is your finding of fact?
No, the finding of fact is, you say that again?
Does what the individual you're investigating tell you automatically mean that you make it a finding of fact?
No, ma'am. It's only what I can.
I'm sorry. Bless you,
it's-
Mr. Khan.
It's only what I can prove. The summarization, and usually with the report.
Okay, I played that part because, remember, they didn't have any of the information from any of the other guys' file folder, they pretend. And then they didn't have a lot from Gaither's, but yet they ended up having those photo lineups and stuff like that. So I want to play that where he lets them know that everything goes in the file folder. The recordings and whatever they write up or whatever. So it's just that I'm sorry I didn't know how to line them up, but Wednesday it'll be a more cohesive. Now I can't stop it from doing the buffering. I've been trying to do that by downloading and thinking maybe it would play better. Maybe if I had to go offline or whatever. But I greatly appreciate everybody for staying with me. I hope everybody hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing to the channel and even joining my membership. And I look forward to seeing everybody on Wednesday. And we started with our moms, and we're going to end with our children, which are our future, I believe. And we're going to say good night. I hope you all had a beautiful Mother's Day. And for those of you who have not given birth, I know that you've mothered somebody's child. So I appreciate you for what you do for children, because we say they're our future, but we're not equipping them for the future. And that's what's scary. I'm 65. And a lot of people here are in their early 30s to mid 50s. And I see most people on YouTube act like children. So if we don't start teaching them truth and holding them accountable, what are we going to do? But first, we need to learn truth for ourselves. And that's why I believe in research. And I believe in knowing words and knowing legal definition of words as well as regular dictionary words, because the language of law is legalese, and that's their own special language. You can think you're saying the same thing, but in law it has a total different meaning. And if you don't learn that early, then you're going to be deceived a lot. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for staying with me. I'm going to leave the Tiger's Den and hope to see you guys on Wednesday. Good night. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.